Perfect, thank you.
All right, well, hello, everybody, and thank you for your patience as various staff struggled with IT. It was only this was the only time it ever happened. I am calling this Audit and Risk Management Committee meeting to order. Quorum is present, and I'll begin with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Do any of the members wish to declare a conflict of interest in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Hearing none. The next item is the approval of the Audit and Risk Management Committee minutes of November 21st. May I have a motion to approve the minutes? Thank you. All in favor? All right. Commissioners will now review the order paper. The first is the audit from our Auditor General. We're going to get a presentation from the Auditor General. Does anyone wish to hold number 2, the Executive Compliance Certificates? Okay, anyone like to move the report recommendations?
I'll move, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you very much. All in favor? Okay, the audit risk plan status update for 2024. We're getting a presentation. Please remember to be an efficient presentation. We read the materials. Audit risk and compliance 2025, enterprise risk management update. We're getting an in-camera presentation on that. Would anyone like to move first of all, would anyone like to hold number 5, audit risk and compliance 2025 audit plan and departmental evaluation? Anyone want to hold that one? You want to hold it?
This is the audit plan.
This is the audit plan. You've got questions? Okay. We'll hold that. And the fair compliance plan, I'm going to hold that. We're getting a presentation in camera. And that was a very efficient review of the order paper. Okay, so now we are on to item 1, for which we have the Auditor General and her team who've been waiting with great patience, much more than me, as we got through the IT stuff. So item 1, audit of the Toronto Transit Commission non-union workforce planning and management, and how many things there are to improve, to our Auditor General.
Thank you, Chair. Let's wait for the slide presentation. Great. So this presentation is on our audit of the TTC's non-union workforce planning and management and was included on my 2024 work plan. At the time of audit planning, the TTC was in negotiations on its collective agreement, so I focused our audit scope on the non-union workforce, although many of our recommendations can also be applied in managing human resources for the rest of the TTC's workforce. I'm joined by Ariane Chan, Assistant Auditor General, who will also be presenting with me today. And our audit team, we have Claire Pastor, Senior Audit Manager, and Aditi Batish, Audit Manager online, and Nirali Pandya, Auditor. A big thank you to my team for their excellent work on this audit. Thank you as well to TTC's management and staff for their cooperation and assistance with this audit, particularly Shakira Narain, Matt Hopkins, and Christina Holt from the People and Culture Group, Michael Atlas from Legal, as well as Deputy CEO Bruce McGregor, and of course, CEO Greg Percy. Next slide, please. So in this presentation, we'll briefly outline why this audit matters and our audit objectives, followed by our key audit findings and recommendations with a summary for going forward. Next slide. Workforce planning and management, including succession planning, are critical to ensure the TTC's non-union workforce meets its operational requirements to support providing public transit services to the city, particularly as the number of employees at or nearing retirement eligibility is increasing. Between 2019 and 2023, there were an average of 100 non-union retirements per year at the TTC, and in just over 2 years, approximately 1 in 5 non-union TTC employees will be eligible for retirement. Furthermore, over the last few years, the TTC has experienced challenges in attracting and retaining non-union talent, due in part to increased labor competition in the transit industry. Next slide, please. So this audit aimed to answer the 2 questions shown on the slide related to non-union workforce planning and management. The first on effective succession planning, and the second on monitoring and addressing challenges in retaining non-union staff. For succession planning, the audit included examining the TTC's policies and practices for retirement and rehiring pensioners and whether an open and competitive hiring competition occurred for vacancies. For staff retention, it included examining whether there are accurate, complete, and timely HR-related data and key performance indicators to measure, monitor, and use for decision-making, and the steps being taken to obtain feedback from employees, including employee engagement levels, and whether the TTC have plans and initiatives in place to address any major concerns. I'll now pass it over to Ariane Chan, Assistant Auditor General.
Thank you, Madam Auditor General. We will now walk through our key audit findings and recommendations, which we have grouped into 4 categories. So category A, workforce planning, monitoring, and succession planning. B, policies for retirement and rehiring pensioners. C, monitoring employee feedback and engagement. And D, process for managing, tracking, and addressing employee concerns and complaints. Next slide, please. The first area of our key audit findings is that enhanced workforce planning, monitoring, and succession planning is needed. Although the TTC tracks some HR-related metrics, such as turnover, on an ad hoc basis at a corporate-wide level, the TTC does not have a formalized process to define, measure, or monitor HR-related key performance indicators, including formalized targets and benchmarks. Setting clear targets for key performance indicators is crucial for measuring organizational performance and ensuring continuous improvement, as it helps management to identify opportunities when targets are not met. For example, TTC's overall voluntary turnover rate for non-union staff was approximately 8% in 2022 and 2023. But for certain departments in the TTC, it was much higher. It is important to know and address these metrics as part of the workforce planning and management. The TTC should perform a review to determine which KPIs are appropriate for the organization specifically, and then regularly monitor and report on those accordingly. Succession planning has been a focus in the TTC's current and past corporate plans. However, the TTC does not have a formalized corporate-wide succession planning program in place. Effective succession planning helps to ensure that operations continue to run smoothly and without interruption after employees choose to retire or resign. And as mentioned previously, this is particularly important because the number of employees at or nearing retirement eligibility is increasing. We also found that there is a lack of sufficient transition periods at TTC when an employee retires. In 75% of our testing samples, we noted that retiree successors were not determined until after they had retired and left the TTC. Having a sufficient transition period allows the retiree to transfer critical operational knowledge to the successor to ensure business continuity. Next slide, please. In addition to having a sufficient transition period, it is important to hire and fill vacancies in a timely manner to ensure that operations run as smoothly as possible. The timeliness of the TTC's processes for initiating and hiring a successor after receiving a retirement notice also needs improvement. This figure illustrates our audit results for the metrics of TTC's hiring process, beginning from when the TTC receives the employee's written retirement notice. As you can see from the figure, TTC's average time to fill and time to hire metrics, which measures the hiring process efficiency, were about twice as long as the industry average. It is important to make the hiring process as efficient as possible, as a long, drawn-out hiring process can result in losing out on top talent and increased hiring costs. These are also some of the HR-related KPIs that would be helpful for the TTC to measure and monitor in planning and managing its workforce. Next slide, please.
The second area of our key audit findings is that the TTC's policies for retirement and rehiring pensioners need strengthening. The lack of succession planning and current retirement policies have contributed to the TTC rehiring pensioners as a solution for knowledge transfer or maintaining continuity on projects. We compared the TTC with 21 other public sector organizations and found that TTC's retirement policies and processes do not require employees to notify management and/or the Human Resources Department of their intent to retire. However, all of the other public sector organizations reviewed had this requirement. In a few of our samples, the TTC received the signed retirement notice form on the day of the retirement or had very little notification. And this, of course, makes it very challenging to manage succession planning for those who are retiring. There is also no mandated or suggested retirement notification period in the TTC's policy. 48% of the public sector organizations reviewed have a mandatory minimum retirement notification period averaging 61 days, and the remaining 52% have a suggested notification period averaging 73 days. Advance notice of employee retirements is critical for ensuring there is sufficient time for a smooth transfer of knowledge between the retiree and the successor. As we've identified in a previous slide, there is a lack of sufficient transition periods at the TTC. In addition, there are currently 2 TTC rehired pensioner policies, one older approved policy that is more restrictive, and a current policy that has not been approved or communicated and is less restrictive. We have recommended that the TTC strengthen its rehired pensioner policy and process, including more restrictive measures, and to have one approved policy that is communicated to the organization. Next slide, please. It is not uncommon for organizations to rehire pensioners as a temporary short-term solution. However, we found issues with the practices at the TTC in rehiring pensioners that should be addressed. First of all, the length of the reemployment is long, even though the goal of the policy is for short-term temporary employment. The figure on the slide shows that pensioners are sometimes reemployed after retirement for long periods of time, with half employed for 2 years or more. Rehired pensioners were paid both employment and pension income simultaneously, although this is currently allowed by TTC policy and the TTC pension plan bylaws and regulations. In addition, 43% of rehired pensioners sampled received pay premiums upon rehiring. The pay premiums ranged from 5 to 24% above the position's approved pay rate, with an average of 14%. For our audit sample, this resulted in a total incremental cost of $508,000 for the past 5 years. These financial incentives encourage employees to retire as soon as they are eligible, which may be earlier than they otherwise plan to stop working, as suggested by 58% of the rehired pensioners sampled who returned to work within 15 days of their retirement. In addition, open job competitions were not always held for these vacancies. Out of the 35 rehired pensioner transactions we reviewed, 6 pensioners were rehired in a different job role or capacity from their retirement role, and 5 of these were appointed without an open job competition. Our survey of non-union employees also showed employee concerns about the TTC's practice of rehiring pensioners and the negative impact on overall employee morale and retention. As a result of all of these concerns, we've recommended that the TTC's rehired pensioner policy and process be strengthened and balanced to be more restrictive so that it does not cause unintended negative impacts, but still meets the TTC's operational needs. Next slide, please.
For the third area of our key audit findings, employee feedback and engagement monitoring needs strengthening. The TTC has not been regularly monitoring employee engagement and satisfaction, with the last employee engagement survey done in 2016. As part of this audit, we conducted our own independent, non-union employee engagement survey in 2024 and found average scores have not improved since TTC's last engagement survey, and many areas have declined, as outlined in our report. The TTC collects some feedback through voluntary online exit surveys from departing employees. This practice was paused for 2.5 years during the COVID-19 pandemic and resumed in January 2023. However, TTC's management confirmed that there are currently no formal written processes or procedures on how exit survey results are to be reported to or reviewed and used by management or the people and culture group. We found that the results of exit surveys from departing employees and common themes and trends were not analyzed to address areas of concern. Monitoring employee engagement and reviewing common themes and trends from the exit survey results in conjunction with employee engagement survey results can help identify the causes and help address turnover and allow for better workforce planning. Next slide, please.
And the fourth and final area of our key audit findings is that the process for managing, tracking, and addressing employee concerns and complaints needs improvement. Employee concerns and complaints are another form of feedback. And according to our survey results, 60% of non-union employees who filed a complaint were not at all satisfied with how the matter was handled. The TTC has 3 investigative units that receive and manage employee concerns and complaints. They are the Human Rights Office, the Fair Inspectors and Special Constables Complaints Office, and the Investigative Services Unit. We found that there is overlap and unclear roles and responsibilities among the 3 units. Complaints transferred between them without formal tracking can sometimes delay the complaint's investigation and resolution time. Management can also receive complaints directly from employees as well as referrals from the TTC's 3 investigative units. We found that there is no formalized complaint process nor a policy to track the complaints submitted directly to management. For example, in 2023, we noted that the Integrity Program referred about 65% of its complaints received to management. We found instances of Integrity Program submissions that were emailed for management to address. However, there was no acknowledgement from management that they received the email, nor any update on how the complaint was handled and concluded. Considering the large number of complaints being handled by management, having a formal tracking system would improve accountability and help management in identifying trends within specific departments or time periods. The TTC currently uses 3 separate corporate systems to track investigations and complaints, except for the cases handled by management. All 3 systems have different functionalities, causing inconsistencies in the case management and tracking processes, which does not allow for accurate tracking of referrals between units. An efficient and effective internal complaints process and system that tracks complaints and referrals will help TTC to monitor timeliness of complaint investigation and resolution. Several responses from our 2024 AGO survey indicated that employees are unaware of who to reach out to and when to file a complaint. Having all complaints-related resources in one place and communicating about these resources to employees can help employees understand the different jurisdictions of each unit and enable them to correctly determine where to file their complaint. Making these improvements will help the TTC build trust and confidence with employees and provide assurance that their feedback is welcomed and valued, as well as help management identify ways to improve workplace practices and policies. Next slide, please. We made 7 recommendations in our audit report. Management has agreed to all our recommendations, and their management response is included in our report. Implementing these recommendations will help improve the TTC's non-union workforce planning and management processes, particularly the 4 areas we've outlined in our report and this presentation, contributing to a positive impact on employee engagement and retention of its existing workforce. As mentioned at the outset, although our audit focused on the TTC's non-union workforce, many of the recommendations can also be applied in managing human resources for the rest of the TT's workforce, which I would strongly encourage the TTC to do. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time and attention. And I believe that management now has a slide presentation on their management response, and then we're available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Auditor General. It's my privilege to make the presentation on behalf of the management team in response to the recommendations from the Auditor General. And I'll just move to the next slide if I can, please. The report, as you've just heard, has 7 recommendations. And as the Auditor General pointed out, we agree with all of the recommendations and are happy to have actually had the team from the Auditor General's office in to help us identify some of the critical areas that we have vulnerabilities in and that we need to progress to improve the state of hiring across this organization. I'll go through the next slide, and I'll go very swiftly through the management responses, particularly emphasizing the action plan. In this case, when it comes to HR KPIs and metrics, this is not only the issue of KPIs and practical KPIs, as board members will probably recall, is not unique to HR. We actually are positioning this organization to bring forward a KPI workshop with the board, with the chair's agreement earlier this year, just to understand what we need to monitor and watch very closely. And HR is no exception. There, of course, are equally important KPIs in service delivery and safety, in finance and financial sustainability. But our HR metrics, as you've heard, can stand to improve as well. The good news is we are rolling out an enterprise resource planning software, SAP in the case of this organization, It's a slower rollout than we would like and replacing some legacy systems that are up to 45 years in age and well beyond practical value in terms of tracking, some of those applying to human resources practices as well. So we are aiming to complete by the end of this year a review of all of the HR KPIs that are necessary and a report to the board, and this one in 2026. I'll just move to the next slide, please, to illustrate again on the Enterprise Resource Planning System, the SAP program here. It's an incremental rollout, and while this looks like a complicated graph, anything below the implementation bar in the middle is finance related, anything above is HR related. So I would focus your attention on the top half of this slide. And you can see that some of the early stage work is done. We are presently through time and attendance. That's the next one to light up green. And we're working in the area now of union bidding, something that will be very welcome for an organization as significant as this one. About 12,000 of our employees participate in union bidding, and this is the technology that will bring that to a mobile device for the core of our employees. Over 10 different bidding periods that occur annually, also known as board periods. So that's a big lift for this organization. You can see, though, on the right-hand side at the top that there's some of the HR activities that are supported by the SAP program that are yet to come in terms of our rollout. Next slide, please. So the second recommendation has to do with a corporate-wide succession planning program, and this we agree with wholeheartedly. You'll notice that this one has the longest duration, but I can assure you that while it won't be fully implemented until the first quarter of 2028, the implementation of succession planning is well underway now. On the left-hand side, under the heading currently, these are activities in succession in order in which we're developing in-house succession planning talent. And it starts at the early stages. The first bullet on that list is a Leadership Advantage. It's a session we hold annually for 80 to 100 prospective leadership candidates across the organization. It's really the entry level to bring about those that awareness and behavioral skills that are conducive to leadership roles. As you work your way down that list, we engage with our colleagues in the American Public Transit Association. That's the largest association with the largest training capability on several leadership development opportunities, including a leadership exchange and development program. As the board will recall, we have inclusive leadership delivered through upskill, but also aligned with the Schulich School of Business School at York University. And we have 4 of our senior management cohorts going through that program right now. We also have 2 cohorts at Rotman in a customized program for this transit agency. Many of these programs are offered by all the MBA programs that I'm aware of across Ontario and elsewhere, and are often just a program offered generally to everyone. We've actually captured the space with Rotman to train people internally and to get the learning together in 2 different cohorts. So that work is underway, and that's a first for this organization. We have a senior management team of almost 100 people that we resumed meetings for in 2023. They hadn't had any regular meetings throughout the COVID pandemic, and we resumed those meetings, also very conducive to developing a shared culture for leadership. And after Greg started, we most recently had our union presidents join us at that meeting and exchange their thoughts too in terms of where our culture was heading. We just started, with the help of the nudge from the Auditor General, succession planning with chiefs, and that is a simplified program, just getting some discipline in place to ask our chiefs about who their prospective successors are, something that might change from time to time. We ask them about internally and externally. There's a lot of people in the transit business these days in and around the Greater Toronto area. So that's what's currently underway. We have several activities planned. We have the ongoing evolution, as you saw from that graph, of our SAP Enterprise Resource Planning System, and we are anticipating, because of the delayed rollout, we get the advantage of AI-enabled applications and functions that are coming to us soon to help with the development of some of those analytics. We are building competency and cultural awareness around that. This organization, I found, does a great job in terms of skills training. We train for skills across all modes of transit delivery quite well. What we're working on now is improving the behavioral skills that we have to develop in people who are going to lead people to accomplish better things. We're also working on performance management, reinstating performance management to some formalized view of performance management, which again is one of those things that has lapsed over the last 5 to 10 years, as far as I can tell. And of course, conducting regular communication throughout of those pending changes. Next slide, please. So the retirement policy and process, I looked around the room just to see if faces looked like my face when I learned that people actually notify the pension plan office of their retirement plans, and the employer sometimes learns on the day of. I was astonished by that. I've never heard of such a thing. I know from experience that other public sector unions will not receive retirement notices from employees. They have to come from employers. So we're working to remedy that for obvious reasons. That's part of our need, is to get a better idea of when people plan to retire and make sure that we can, and that's part of our succession planning as well, because one of the questions we ask in succession planning is, what are your retirement plans? How long do you expect to be here? And people are always cautious about that answer, but nevertheless, it's better than not knowing at all and not having answered the question. So our goal here is to deal with successor hiring starting in this quarter of 2025, and to have the updates in place by the third quarter of fully in place by the third quarter of next year. And that would include a single window approach for employees to communicate retirement, and that would be through the employer. That's what we would expect to come to as a conclusion with the pension office. And of course, communications across this organization to our employees to make sure that there's an awareness of that, and that process is also facilitated. Next slide, please. So we do need to strengthen, we acknowledge we need to strengthen the rehired pensioner policy. I think we got into a bit of not a lull, we got into a bit of a problem, actually. Metrolinx has pulled a lot of people out of this organization. And if the board's inclined and has the time, we could happily go into private session at some point, and I could share with you some specific situations that I would have to deal with in private because they would otherwise become identifiable individuals. But we have lost a lot of our talent to Metrolinx and also to the agencies, the contracting and consulting agencies that support the Metrolinx projects. And so that's been a continuous rotation through 2019. Unfortunately, as people get older here, they also get older there, and they have an ongoing need for replacement employment in those agencies as well. We're thwarted a little bit by our compensation. Our compensation hasn't been reviewed for at least 10 years. And I know the board is aware of that as a report we brought forward about a year ago. And there are some increments in the 2025 and 2026 planned budgeting to address that. But that too is not something that can be resolved overnight and needs to be taken into account in a marketplace now that has hot skilled transit and in particularly rail transit experiences. So we have committed to update the policy by the third quarter again of next year, and as well, of course, align that with the communications that we're bringing forward to the entire employee base. Next slide, please. So this one deals with employee engagement, and nothing could be more important than this to get that objective employee engagement. Both Shakira and I are in our second year here at the TTC and come from agencies, in Shakira's case federally and mine municipally, where we had regular employee engagement and we had response rates in the 70s and 80% range. She hit 80% once. I didn't quite get there, but nevertheless, those are, by all accounts, for the people who do these things routinely, exceedingly high levels of response. And so when we heard the somewhat low, in fact, in the 2016 case, pathetically low response rate here, if you don't get a good response rate, you can't be confident in terms of the level of employee engagement. So we have engaged Ipsos in this case to provide that service here. Most significantly, we've also engaged with our collective bargaining units, with our unions, to get their buy-in and build trust with them. We've engaged a third-party organization because they do this confidentially. They don't disclose any information that might reveal the source of the feedback. And they also do it objectively. They objectify what we otherwise get in angry emails and anonymous messages. And it's, to be honest with you, more productive in terms of shaping the response, the employer's response and culture. So we fully expect that we will be rolling that out. In fact, we're working on communications right now to assist with that through April and May. We'll be launching the employee survey in June before the summer block of time when more people are inclined to be off. And we'll be holding leadership engagement sessions to make sure that everyone's fully apprised. We've been mentioning it in discussions we have. We have a leadership meeting tomorrow, as a matter of fact, and we'll be referring to this and continue to confirm and work with our union partners to make sure that people are comfortable participating in this and drive the participation rate up. We can't change anything if we don't know about it. Next slide, please. So the next two recommendations deal with the investigative units. And in this case, I know the Auditor General mentioned 3 of the units, and 3 of them are tucked into that column on the left-hand side, but there are additional areas that are impacted, and I think employee relations and all management staff. The first level of a complaint starts as a management complaint, or ought to be. Sometimes you're made aware of it by the people involved. Sometimes you're made aware of it by the people, by other people in the workforce. And that's an area that we need to have improvement on too. We can't formally turn everything over to an investigative unit. We've got to be able to resolve some of these behavioral challenges that needn't necessarily become chronic disputes and complaints. We have made changes recently with respect to the fair inspector and special constable investigation area. We know that that was a relatively new addition under human rights, and we've recently made changes to grow the confidence in the bargaining units and their members who are affected by that. We've acknowledged that many of the investigations took too long. There was no information during the investigation coming back to the people who are affected, and we have made improvements to address just that. In fact, the level of outstanding suspensions is now down almost 2/3 from where it reached as on a high just a year ago. And Winslow Taylor, I know, is our Director of Investigations, who's on the call, and he's and his team are accountable for having made those adjustments. We've also taken those groups and ensured that they meet regularly with agenda-driven frequency to triage investigations, because many of you will know that investigations may start on one theme and then end up actually on another. And sometimes we have to make decisions about what's the appropriate group to conclude this investigation while keeping track of it and ensuring that nothing gets lost. So we're working with the internal governance to make sure that, for example, in those triage sessions, those formalized triaging sessions, that happens. We are improving on the reporting tools. As the Auditor General pointed out, all of these groups were formed at different times and consequently had different case management tools available to them. And we're now bringing together those opportunities where we can go to common case management systems and at the very least, even if we're using independent systems, using common metrics and flags along the way. Next slide, please. Almost done, Madam Chair. Second last slide. This is more with respect to the investigation practices. And as you can see, our actions here are anticipated to be completed by the third quarter of next year. I already mentioned the triaging, but we also have implemented across this organization over the last 2.5, 3 years, de-escalation training. And everyone in the TTC goes through de-escalation training. Our operators, all of our employees go through de-escalation training. And that's as a means to not only improve the interaction with customers in the public, but also to improve the interactions here in the workplace amongst people in the workplace. And you can see that we have planned procurement of a case management system there with data to support the reporting that will come out in the third quarter of 2026. So the next slide just summarizes all of that activity And again, don't be dissuaded by the fact that succession planning shows a completion in early 2028. I hope I've convinced you that there are ongoing activities with respect to succession planning that will yield results in the intervening period.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Jagdeo, I understand you have questions.
I'm sure we all do, but I will start off, Commissioner. To the Auditor General and her team, thank you so much for spending some time with us this morning. Always love these presentations and reports because it gives us a window into the organization I don't think we would have known. And Bruce, appreciate you sharing your thoughts on how the organization is going to be rectifying some of the recommendations provided by the AG. Just a couple of questions. As it relates to the corporate-wide succession planning program, is there a way that we can go even deeper with this? Now, I acknowledge that this is obviously around senior management, thinking about chief operating officers, anybody with a chief name, but given the turnover is so high, do we have any initiatives that help with the knowledge transfer at the management, even below director level? Because I think that's where we're going to see a ton of potential issues. Generally, it's probably more common case for anyone with a director or C-level title to have some sort of succession plan. But when it comes to knowledge transfer below that, that could potentially be a reason why people are leaving, right? There's no way for them to be upskilled very quickly on understanding the role they're stepping into, if not temporarily. What are we doing from an initiative perspective to ensure that even when managers are leaving, there's something available, some repository where employees can check and get versed on what they're stepping into?
Hi, Commissioner. I'll take that question. So yes, you make a good point in terms of having deeper and more corporate-wide succession management tools. What Bruce highlighted is that we're starting with the leadership development, but in terms of building the specific capacity you're talking about, there are certain tools and documentation of practices that are not necessarily as well done as they could be. In some areas, stronger than others. So I would say we're at the point where we're starting first with the leadership development, taking care of the people aspect of it and making sure that when people are promoted into roles that are leadership roles, that they understand it's not just the technical expertise that they bring with them, there's the people leadership and management component that requires oversight of these tools, which means documenting practices so that you can pass them on to the next person, having training manuals in such a way that they're kept current, not just create a manual so it can get stuck on a shelf and sit there for the next 10 or 15 years and be the one that you just, annotate manually to go forward. So there's a few tools out there that I know that I've come across in my past lives, but also from a best practice perspective. I would just say that we're not there yet, but the team is thinking about it. What we're trying to do is get the internal team in place first within the people and culture group, because we do not have that in place right now. So in short, to answer your question, we do have an eye on what you're talking about, nothing concretized just yet.
Right, and that makes sense, but okay, and maybe this is a stupid question, but couldn't we just change the offboarding policy? I'm curious to know why it might take so long to just, as even part of your employment contract, when you leave and you're at a certain level, your obligation is to ensure that there's some sort of repository. It may not be standardized, it may not be consistent across all departments, but at least something is there. So am I oversimplifying it?
I wouldn't say you're oversimplifying it. I would say that public sector practice, you don't necessarily see it as straightforward as what you just described. In terms of an offboarding policy, you have a manager who can say, okay, it's my responsibility to make sure that we have documented practices in place for the next person or for the team to take it over. But I think what you've heard through the AG is that we've had some cases here where we didn't have the rigor around the timing between when someone was leaving and someone else coming in. And so what happened was you had a scramble with the manager and the team that was in place.
I want to be cognizant of my time. I don't see a timer, so I can't tell if
I'm watching the time. You got 1 minute.
Wonderful. How and how much of our turnover do we believe is strictly compensation? Because when you look at the graph, and there was a lovely graph that showed where the turnover is, it generally seems to be in departments where in reality, the salary ranges for those roles are likely going to be higher in other public sector industry or other public sector agencies or in private sector. So it just, and maybe you don't have the numbers on you, but how much of this do we suspect is truly just compensation?
So while I don't have a number, what I can tell you is that it's complex and that it's not just compensation. If you compare a job title at the TTC to a job title at Metrolinx or another public service agency, and then you actually take a deeper dive into the job duties associated, what you will find is that there's a lot more complexity with some of our jobs that are titled A versus, another job titled A at somewhere else. So it's not just numbers to numbers. I have heard through exit interviews that you've got people leaving for the same job somewhere else, knowing that there's less responsibility and in some cases less accountability in terms of what they're done for. So it's deeper than just compensation. It's also the job duties associated with the roles that we have here.
Last question. Does that present a low hanging fruit opportunity as we think about how the organization is structured culturally? Do we need to do something drastic as shifting what the titles are to better reflect what the responsibilities look like?
It's not as low hanging because it's not just changing the job titles, it's doing the job evaluations properly, getting them updated, looking at the job evaluations and reviewing the whole organizational structure. So it's not as low hanging fruit as you would like. What you would typically see is maybe a consultant comes in to do a whole job description review in an organization, but it's deeper. I see your hands at your head. It's giving you a bit of a headache. I have one too, trust me.
Whenever I hear consultants, I always get worried.
I know,
but
it's
fair
not
enough.
as straightforward. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Rich, I see you turned your camera on. Did you want to say something? Rich?
Rich, you're on mute if you're saying something.
Okay, never mind. All right, Chair Myers, I know that you wanted to ask some questions.
Yes, thank you. So my first question is just to the Auditor General. One of the points you brought up was the fact that there is a problem with pension portability in the public sector, i.e. that there are organizations that employees might be working at, and part of the reason that the TTC is having a trouble attracting these employees is they can't bring their pension into the TTC. You didn't make any recommendations on that, and I'm just wondering why.
So through the chair, this is actually unique to the TTC as opposed to municipalities and the OMERS pension plan. So as you mentioned, there is the ability to transfer out, but not to transfer in because TTC has its own TTC pension plan, which is now a separate entity. So I believe that management may have discussions around that. I don't think it's an easy fix though. And I think it could involve collective agreement as well. So I would defer to management if they're able to say anything else on that.
Yeah, so in terms of that being looked at, we have raised it with the TTC pension plan folks. Remember, they're a separate entity. It is a jointly sponsored board, half management, half union, and it is something that has to be voted on and agreed to. And there historically was strong opposition to that. So we are working through that currently. Michael and I happen to sit on the board. So we're doing what we can, but appreciate whatever other support.
There's a bylaw change.
And Michael just reminded me, it also requires a bylaw change. So it's not just a simple motion and a vote. And there's a big process behind it.
So are there discussions currently underway on this?
We have raised it, and we know that we're tabling it at a future board meeting with the pension folks. So we anticipate that there will be conversation in the near future.
Future as in this year?
That's a plan. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. And the second part I noted was, for example, there was a section on how the investigative process will be improved and how it will be streamlined in order to make sure that employees are satisfied that their complaints have been resolved appropriately. But one of the things I know is that TTC does not have a way to communicate to most of its employees because most of its employees do not have email systems attached to TTC. And I understand this is focused on the non-union employees, so it might be a bit different, but I think that could be applied to the unionized employees as well. So how are you planning on communicating these changes to the workforce if there's not one centralized way to communicate with your employees?
Sorry, I can start with that, Chair, and then I know Winslow just popped on screen. So in terms of communicating with our non-union folks, that is, 2/3 of the organization, we've got notice boards, we've got screens up at divisions, working on various comms tools. We're working through this for our engagement survey right now as well in terms of what are the best communication methods for those folks. We do have ways of communicating down, even if we have to have it trickle down through the layers of management, but specifically related to the investigative side of things. Winslow, do you want to jump in here?
Sure. Thank you, Shakira. Good morning, everyone. I'm Winslow Taylor. I'm Director of Human Rights and Investigations Department. To answer your question, Mr. Chair, right now we are currently undergoing redevelopment of our case management system for our department, which is scheduled to be launched within Q3 of this year. One of the elements of that records management system is actually a public-facing portal where employees will be able to access, even from their personal computer, information on the complaints process, and then be able to submit that without officially being logged into the TTC network.
Okay. Okay. And when will that work be completed by, or has that work already been started?
It's already started. It's underway, and we're looking to have that system up and running in Q3.
Q3 2025?
Yes. Yes, this year.
Okay, great. Thank you. The third question I had was regarding the rehired pensioners. Are there any temporary provisions that are going to be in place to prevent employees from giving their retirement notification the day before? Because I'm sure this is an area of that's ripe for abuse, and that if you know you're a skilled employee and you know that you have a certain amount of knowledge that can't be easily transferred and you only give 1 day notice, you kind of know what you're doing, in that you're putting the organization in the position that they essentially have to rehire you because you're the only one who knows how to do this job. So I know that we're working on something more formalized for the long term, but what are we doing in the immediate term to prevent this from happening?
I can start with that one. And I think like everything, it starts with communication, letting the leadership know that we are working on putting something in place specifically to avoid this problem in future. So Bruce alluded to senior management team meetings. We have one tomorrow. And when it comes to providing updates about what we're working on and explaining why we're working on, the impact that we want to have and what it's trying to correct, I think that's where it starts. If your question is if we're going to have an interim policy or guidelines out there, we haven't quite looked at that yet, but it is something we can look at. But it all starts with letting them know, look, this is a problem. This is a problem it's caused, and we need to start fixing it ASAP.
And is there anything that's preventing you from doing something in the interim? Because these, at least for the non-unionized employees, because there isn't that collective bargaining agreement that's sort of governing this.
Chair, I think Mr. Percy would like to say something, and then you're out of time.
Thank you.
Well, good. So my comment touches on a number of things said up to now. I want to cite an example. It's a best practice that big companies have a level of agility to enable us to do things outside of normal practice. And I'm going to cite a specific case where Josh Cole and I, we knew in advance that part of his group was experiencing some challenges for a lot of different reasons, which I won't dig into. But to your point, Chair Myers, we decided when you have a large organization, sometimes the old school approach of face-to-face is the way to go. So to that extent, we've had, I believe it's 8 meetings, something over 300 people, town hall style, where we sit and talk. In totality, we're over, I would guesstimate, about 30 hours across the groups, talking to them, more importantly, listening to them to find out what their core issues are. This deals, Commissioner Jagdeo, with the turnover issue, that the best way to manage turnover is to get in early and understand so it doesn't happen. That's what we're doing. And because we're already on the edge of the cliff, and what I'm hearing is the success to date, because we've actually started fixing some of the things that needed to be fixed. And we've taken notes from all 8 meetings and we've put them together. So we have a hit list of things to do, prioritized, and we're doing them. The feedback we've had from the front line is that the corner has been turned, specifically with the special constable group, followed by the fair inspection group. More work to do there for sure. But this is old school style communication, which is face-to-face and listening and talking and understanding. So we're not beyond doing that. It doesn't all have to be policy-based. It can be just fixing stuff that needs to be fixed. And our position has been, we can't fix what we don't know. And you'd be surprised at the level of candor in the room in each case. And that is opening the door to us fixing stuff. So I just wanted you to know that it's not just about policy, it's about old school communication.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Osborne.
Thanks, Chair. So am I correct that there is no single place to go to file a complaint, that there are, I think it's 4?
So through the chair, there are the 3 different investigative units as well as the integrity program, which then would refer complaints to those 3 units or to management.
So I'm curious why no recommendation to consolidate that to a single point and then have someone who knows what they're doing direct it to the appropriate place rather than assuming that an employee might right away know which of the 4 is the one that would be the most appropriate.
So through the chair, so the integrity program, they should know which one, but we did have a recommendation around clarifying the roles and responsibilities and jurisdiction. I think there are reasons to have those separate units for different reasons, which management can speak to. So that we didn't recommend consolidating them because there are reasons to have separate.
That's not what I'm suggesting. It's simply to file the complaint so that you don't have to assume any knowledge with the employee about which of these places to go and then send it to the, anyway, just a thought.
So we have looked at that more recently and looked at a central intake. The issue is it's not just about employee complaints, it's also customer complaints about employees. And so the issue is you get a lot of them coming through customer service and you get a lot of them coming through different channels. That when we went to centralize, we found out that you were centralizing some, but having trouble figuring out how do you centralize the customer service complaints that come in and feed back to the departments and then manage those in the same manner.
Okay, well, I would suggest simplicity is a virtue here. Next question, and this is somewhat along the lines of Fenton's first questions about, do we have any system in place to identify high potential employees?
No formalized system yet. That lies with the individual managers, and what we're trying to do within the people and culture group is figure out how we can keep that information together. But right now we also don't have a system or a database to put that in. So it's a very manual exercise.
Okay. On the rehiring of pensioners, is there at the moment an automated way to measure this so that we could at any given point in time press a button or a few buttons and find out how many of these people are currently reemployed?
Simple answer, automated? No, it's a manual pull. So every time I get asked the question, I go to the team and it's a manual check.
I had a feeling you might say that. So if we don't have one, is there a way to get it?
Yes, so through my team we can, and I mean, I have the numbers now. What I can say is the numbers that they were a few months ago when I presented at the board HR committee, we're down a third. So we've only got about, I'd say 11 or 12 currently.
Oh, that's good.
Christina's online. She can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're in the lower teens, whereas previously we were at about 22. So what we did at the end of last calendar year, because that's usually when the renewals come up, we added a lot of rigor. We challenged a lot of the areas that were asking to bring back rehired pensioners. And in some cases, we said, no, I mean, it's not our decision, but we really pushed saying there are other methods you can use to go forward. Or in some cases, we said, we'll do an extension for a shorter period, knowing that you have to get the plan, the staffing plan in place to bring on somebody new and have an overlap. So it is coming down, which is good news. It would be greater news if we could get that automated information, but we're getting there.
Baby steps.
Yes.
I'm just curious why it is going to take until Q1 of 2026 to get the exit interview process sorted.
So
That seems like pretty easy.
So I can start with that. The same team doing the exit interviews is the team I have working on the employment engagement survey, which is our priority now to come out in June. And I've got essentially one resource doing it. So what I had asked for is to prioritize the employee engagement survey to get that feedback. And then when that's done, build capacity on that team, and then we can take a deeper dive into the exit survey. It was just a matter of prioritization.
Okay, I think that's it for me.
I have two questions, one on succession plan and on engagement survey. So on the succession plan, the question is actually for our Chief Audit Executive. Shakira, you had mentioned documentation being one key element in helping with succession planning, so that if someone leaves, there is a set of processes in place so that a person coming in wouldn't be left with nothing. So in your audits, Viraj, how frequent do you have a finding that's like lack of documentation? And
we do.
Is it a lot? Because that is, because if you do, it wouldn't be, the TTC wouldn't be alone in that, like other organizations do. And is there a way that when you do have that, what kind of pushback do you get from management?
I would say that on the whole, management is open to it. So we kind of, most of the observations are around documentation of policies, procedures, updates, things of that nature. They're open to it. So I think that is a flavor that we do see in there. One of the things that we're actually trying to do even internally is to come up with some of those themes in the observation to see if there's more work or focus areas that we can actually do to help managers saying, okay, we're seeing some themes in these areas, right? So that's kind of a back end thing that we're looking at, but it does come up. So
especially for key roles.
For I would say on the whole, in terms of other audits we've done as a whole, so procedures is typically something that's there. What is good about it is I think there's a lot of knowledge within those roles of people performing those functions, so they know it inside out. But our thing is when you marry that with a potential retention issue and you get somebody in for that training piece, then that's where it really drives its value. So we do see it, yes.
Is this something that could be stressed with management, so that it does help that if someone were to leave, a person coming in isn't?
Yes. So one of the things that we have done just internally from an audit perspective is that each of our audits has a section on kind of governance and where we drill. So every audit has a comment on policies and procedures. So we're always hitting it for almost all audits, some exceptions, but I would say the overwhelming majority. So that is something that we are looking at, and it does kind of flavor up. So, and then once that observation comes up, it goes through a kind of follow-up process to make sure that those are driven to completion. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And then on the engagement survey, is the plan to make it annual? And also, once you do incorporate, and I'm assuming it would be something that would be ongoing, the employee engagement survey, are there any plans to make that part of management's performance scorecard? Or so if you have issues with the the participation rate and also the level of engagement, would this be part of people leaders' scorecards? Because it's almost like a chicken and the egg thing, right? If you get someone who is engaged, they're more engaged, willing to participate, et cetera.
Definitely. So yes is the short answer. And when we talk about a survey and employee engagement, I never like to refer to it as just a survey. It's a whole framework. So while the survey is a key component of it, to answer the first part of your question, we were thinking of doing a pulse check in a year. So maybe we'll do the full survey every other year. We've retained someone who's a firm that's going to help us with this. And so that's still being decided. So yes, we'll do something regularly in terms of the cadence. I don't know exactly what that will be, but it will involve pulse checks in between doing the big fuller survey. To the point about performance and accountability, absolutely, and that has to be a cornerstone of the framework. So in terms of building up the leadership muscle and capacity, in terms of when you get the results, here's what the action plan looks like, and here's how your leader is going to hold you accountable to carrying out the items in your action plan. And then we're going to use the pulse checks to verify and see are differences actually being made? Like, how do you actually measure progress? We need to establish the benchmark. And so the cornerstone of this first survey we're doing is actually just to build trust. Bruce alluded to the participation rate in 2016. It was around 32%. So we need to do way better. And part of that was just consulting with the unions, et cetera, to get their buy-in, to get their folks to complete the survey. But we have committed to them through those initial consultations at holding ourselves as leaders accountable to make sure we listen, we tell them what we heard, and then we're able to show them what we're doing about it, is all going to feed into the performance structure going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, back to the Auditor General. You said many of your recommendations would also apply to the union. Don't all of them also apply to unionized personnel? Is there anything on your list that doesn't apply to the unionized personnel?
So I think they probably all would apply. It just have to, then there's an extra layer to go through in case there's any with the collective agreement. I'd have to think.
Implementation's another step.
Yeah.
But they're all appropriate for everyone in the organization, are they not?
Yeah, succession planning may be a little trickier.
So, yes, trickier just because of the seniority rules around hiring within the unionized groups. But other than that, the other elements are just basically good management, good people management. So to answer your question, yes.
We need, for sure. Okay. The second thing is that the recommendations that have come to us today, not one of them has a date. Now, I have concerns about the dates. Mr. McGregor, in your presentation, you mentioned some dates, but the board should be giving direction on dates. So I will have a motion, but is there any reason why you can't, when this comes to the board April 16th, give us specific dates for implementing each of the Auditor General's recommendations?
So we've taken it down to dates that are quarters in the respective year.
Fine, quarters, but this has not a single deadline on it. Like, we could pass this and 5 years from now, you could say, well, we're working on it.
No, I think if you followed up on the quarter that it didn't have, oh, I see what you're holding is appendix 1.
Well, what I'm holding
You were
is
driven
the actual
by deadlines
recommendations.
general as well. So we've have
Okay,
committed.
let me try this again. For April 16th,
Yeah.
if we pass what we've got on the recommendations today with an additional motion that you've got to bring us a schedule for implementation, is there any reason that can't be ready for April 16th?
Yeah. We would add, if you like, I'm looking at the management response, which is appendix 1 to the Auditor General's report, and each of the recommendations that I incorporated in the actions that I set out in the presentation do have quarterly deadlines and commitments. Now, not all of them have an associated obligation to report to the board, but if it was the board's desire to have an update on a 6-month interval, on a quarterly interval, on an annual interval, we could deliver that as well. That would be more comprehensive.
Okay, well, fine, and there's no problem doing that by April 16th. right? Is to have a clear schedule for us to approve. Right? Okay, I see nodding heads. That's good. The Auditor General said that you've been paying $508,000 extra over 5 years in premium pay for people who are also already getting their pension. So that's about $100,000 a year. Given the reduction in the number of rehired pensioners, what's that down to now?
I don't know, but I can find out
You'll let
for
me
you.
know. Okay, by April 16th. Okay, good. Now, how many people are still on leave pending investigation, and how long does it take to finish those investigations?
Winslow, are you still online?
Sorry, the which?
Yes, I am.
How many people are still on leave pending investigation? How long do the investigations take? Okay, Winslow.
Yes, hi. So right now, I believe we have about 42 people who are suspended with pay while on leave. The investigations do vary depending on the nature of the investigations. I think that the message I'd like to communicate here is that over the last few months, we've significantly brought the average day of suspension from 84 days suspended with pay down to 32. And we're changing our internal process to have an expedited version of investigations where appropriate to continue to bring that number down.
All right, and right, so that's certainly something we want to see reports on. Back to the Auditor General, given the number of the weakness, the pervasive weakness of the human relations management system disclosed in your report, how does the TDC human relations management compare to the cities as a whole, city standard?
So through the chair, we did, in terms of the analysis we did in comparing to other organizations, we did look at the retirement and rehired pensioner policy, but you're talking about the system itself or the KPIs?
Well, you've raised so many issues, succession planning, investigation management, KPIs. I mean, there's a pervasive need for dramatic improvement. What I'm saying is this noticeably worse than the city as a whole?
So I can't comment on that, but I can say that there, in terms of the retirement policy, that there are mandatory or there's suggested notification periods to provide retirement notice. Is there anything else that you wanted to add, Ariane, in terms of the city?
I can mention that the city also uses the same HR system, which is the success factor, but I understand it's a different version. I think the one that TTC uses has less functionality than the one the city uses.
All right,
So it requires more manual processing on TTC's HR stuff.
Okay, so then to management, what are you doing to catch up with the rest of the city and the things that they already do better?
So we do have an SAP time and attendance project underway, and there is going to be a major revamp of the human resources information system that we're using. Don't know how much detail I can go in here. I can just say that there is a project underway. I don't know all of the nitty-gritty details, but it's something we're working through. It's been underway already for quite some time.
And you'll have more information for the board.
I can do that.
Now, you've heard from each of us, I think, that the deadlines that you've proposed, I mean, it makes sense when you have to procure a new software system. We all know that takes a very long time. But how could it possibly take till the fall of 2026 before you have a better policy for dealing with people retiring? Why can't that be done as the chair suggested, in a much more expeditious fashion?
So the timelines we've provided are to ensure that the policy is not only drafted, that can be accomplished this afternoon using commonly available AI tools, but to make sure that it's embedded in the organization and in practice as well. And so we might have been tending to underpromise. Our expectation is all of the deadlines we've delivered to you today will be met, or I don't want to use the word exceeded because that implies something else, will be in and finished before that timeframe.
So what mechanism do you propose to use to give us confidence that you are making progress in a reasonable timeframe on this very long list of weaknesses?
So the board at its disposition, or this committee, could ask us to report on anything that goes off track as soon as we become aware of it, could ask us for a report 6 months from now in terms of an update. I know the Auditor General's practice is also involves annual reviews. I don't speak for her, but
Well, but first we want you to tell us before we ask her to come back in and check whether you're telling us the truth, right? I want you to tell us.
What I could offer is we do have regular HR committee meetings, and I can make sure that regular updates are provided to that committee. I mean, it's just a matter of how we're tracking on all of these issues, right? So as the board or the HR committee or this committee chooses, we can make sure that we keep you apprised of what we're doing. I mean, the work is not going to stop on our side, so it's just a matter of when do you want the next update, and we'll be ready for it.
I love the idea of it going to the HR committee because I'm not on that.
It's the sign it to the HR committee.
Chair, if I can just add one other thing as well. An internal audit role that the board, the IRMC had asked us to do, we're actually constantly following up on these observations. So this would be the new kind of batch that gets added. So we'll be looking at the in-progress elements to see that they're done properly and as well.
Okay, well, then maybe in 6 months you'll come back and tell us how it's going. All right. Anybody else have a pressing question? First of all, anybody online have a pressing question? Okay, Commissioner Osborne?
Sorry, one more, and it's not out of line with what you were just asking, and that is about the time it takes to resolve complaints. These are really, obviously, some of them 400 days plus. That's just Looney Tunes. And I'm wondering if there is some way to get either some tracking of the average time it's taking and or some like target numbers that a pretty straightforward complaint should be resolved in X days, and a more complicated one may require some additional accommodation, but some way that we can get these things from just floating around in cyberspace. If that maybe could be added to the list of these kind of action items.
Is that a question?
Yeah. I'm asking about if we can start to monitor and how and if we should be setting targets around the length of time it's taking to get action on these complaints.
Yes, so yes, we have already started monitoring, and I'm going to turn it over to Winslow. This one.
Yes, thanks again. Yeah, so we are currently undergoing a serious transformation in the Human Rights and Investigations Department. Actually, as of this month, we're implementing an intake and early resolution team. Specifically to deal with the incoming complaints, making sure that they're categorized correctly and redirected to the other departments if they're not for our team. Also with that, we're going to be establishing some KPIs. For example, a time of which a complaint hits our office within the time a complainant receives a response. With that is also going to free up some of our investigation staff so that when investigations are required, they do have the ability to focus on those investigations. Our ultimate goal is going to be for complex investigations 120 days, whereas the simpler investigations would be 90 days to completion.
Thank you.
And I'll just add for special constables, that's in the Community Policing and Safety Act, is it has a 120-day requirement. There is an ability to extend, but it's a 120-day metric.
Right. And also paired with our new case management system, we will be able to track that more efficiently across the entire organization.
Okay, I think we finished questions. All right, speakers, Commissioner Jagdeo. Oh, sorry, I should start with the chair. Chair Myers, did you want to speak?
Thank you. Yes, I'll just keep my comments brief. Just thank you to the Auditor General for this report. I think it's very helpful in terms of how we move forward as an organization. And thank you for management for tackling these challenges head on. I think I see a lot in the Auditor General's survey that is concerning in terms of how employees feel that they are being treated in the organization, how employees feel like they don't see, a significant percentage of them do not see opportunities for growth. A significant percentage of them do not feel like the organization is offering them sort of a healthy work environment, whether that's threats of physical safety, whether that's in looking at just one sorry, just have one in front of me. 2 in 5 indicates that poor performance is tolerated at the organization. 30% of respondents indicated that if something goes wrong, people concentrate on blaming one another rather than the solution. 29% of respondents strongly disagreed or disagree that work is fairly distributed in the department. So it just kind of goes on and on from there. I am really looking forward to working with the team to resolve these issues. As anyone can tell you, the two things you got to take care of in any healthy organization are your customers and your employees. And I'm seeing a lot of warning signs from the survey that was conducted from the Auditor General. So I'm really looking forward to supporting the team in any way that I can, and really looking forward to engaging with the employees and, helping them create the type of workplace they want to be working and they're proud to be associated with. So thank you everyone for your comments and discussion. I thought it was really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jagdeo.
Thanks, Commissioner Sachs, and just echoing the chair's commentary to the AG and your team. Thank you for sharing some time with us this morning and walking us through this report. I want our theme around this to be, how can we move as quickly as we possibly can on some of these items? Because though I acknowledge that, it takes time, and I align with Bruce's point where, look, we could build a policy tomorrow, even today, through the power of ChatGPT or insert your favorite AI machine, and it takes time for it to implement within the organization, cross-pollinate, and therefore be solid. But if there's any way that we can fast track anything related to our people, or ensuring that there's tribal knowledge that's shared in one strong way, I think we can solve a lot of problems with, or a lot of the issues that the AG has shared with us today, from how we retain our employees, to determining who our high performers are, to the corporate-wide initiatives related to the corporate-wide. You know what I'm talking about, folks. You know what I'm talking about. I'm hungry. I apologize. But good work. Appreciate what we're doing. Let's get some points on the board. This is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jagdeo. Commissioner Osborne.
What they said.
Okay, Commissioner Kim. Same thing. Yeah. All right. Well, first of all, I want to also echo the thanks of the chair. We are so lucky to have you and your team. This is, horrifying to read, but really, really helpful, important work. We need it, and we're grateful for it. I was glad to hear management express a similar kind of sentiment. You give us insight and impetus to do what's necessary. And certainly I agree with Chair Myers. If we don't look after our customers and we don't look after our people, we can't provide the service that everybody knows we need to do. So thank you very much for this. Turning to manage, so I think I have a motion. Let's see what it looks like. All right, so you've heard from all of us a real sense of urgency here, that we understand that it may take till next year, or God forbid, 2028, to completely finish some things that require fancy new IT, but we need an implementation schedule, and we need interim steps, not just to wait for a year and a half and then say, is it done? Like, we need at the board to know, so that we can do our job, that this is getting addressed and is getting addressed with urgency. So, I think you've heard enough that I hope that this is enough direction that you can bring as a schedule that has interim steps as well as your ultimate objectives, so that we can see that this is being treated seriously, and that that action's being taken as quickly as is reasonably possible to improve how we treat the people, and to make sure you've got people to do this work. So clearly a lot to do and a lot of progress here. So other than that, just to say, I'm sure we will have a vigorous discussion about this at the board. This is very, very key, important stuff. And I would also ask that you be prepared to bring to the HR committee how you're going, not only how you're going to keep them updated on this, but how are you going to do these same things to the extent practical for the union, right? The majority of your staff are not, strictly speaking, covered by this report, but we have the same problems. And they're entitled to the same kind of respect, better management of investigations, better clarity about retirement, better clarity about succession planning, at least when there are unique skills. So if we need to make a motion about that as a board, we will, but I'm hoping we don't need to, and that you'll get on top of that between now and then. So I'm going to call a vote on my motion. Anybody want to speak to the motion? Anybody have any questions about the motion? Okay, let's vote on the motion. All in favor? Okay, that was nobody left against, so that passes unanimously. And now then to adopt the recommendations from the Auditor General. All in favor? Unanimously adopted. Thank you very much, Auditor General, for yet another stunning piece of work. Really appreciate it. Okay, that carries. And item 2 was approved before, so item 3, and I'm just letting everybody know I am going to break at 12:30 for lunch. Does anybody need it? Well, are we okay to wait till 12:30? Does anybody need an urgent break before that? No. All right. Okay, we want to do, all right, apparently we're going in camera now, before the Auditor General leaves. Okay, sorry. Please don't leave yet. Apparently we have more things to ask you. All right. Okay, so we're going to go in camera. And while we're doing camera, we can have a 2-minute bio break. All right, well, you get that organized. Okay.
Just move the motion.
Great. I'm moving the motion. Whoops. Moving the motion to go in camera.
Thanks.
I'll be back.
Hey, John.
from SNL. Could have been one of the.
Anyway, thank you for the detailed instructions. I tried to follow the detailed instructions.
They say.
We're ready? Okay. All right, so we're ready to go back into public session. Thank you very much, everyone. So the first item of business is to request that someone move the staff recommendations for item 3, the audit risk and compliance item for 2024 audit plan status update. Commissioner Osborne. Okay, all in favor? Okay, that's unanimously approved. Next, we have item 4. Again, we had a in-camera presentation and discussion. Thank you very much. Request that someone move the staff recommendation on item 4, audit risk and compliance 2025 enterprise risk management update. Commissioner Kim, all in favor? You in favor? Okay, that was unanimous. And then item 6, we had an in-camera presentation and conversation. Is someone willing to move the staff recommendations on item 6, fair compliance action plan update? Okay.
I'll move that, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Jagdeo, all in favor? Okay, that carries. So that takes us to item 5. We're making great progress. We're catching up to 2025. This is good news, everybody. We are now considering 2025 audit plan and departmental evaluation. Any questions of staff? Okay, Commissioner Kim. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much it was a great plan. Basically the audit engagements are the ones that are listed in that table, correct?
Correct.
So are they assurance engagements or are they advisory?
No, we haven't put any advisory in there. So,
These are all
so the
assurance?
Yeah, so the top 4 that you see, those are the assurance, and then we've added some of those follow-up type work.
Those are managing findings.
You got it.
Do you check those findings manually or do you have that in a system?
It's at the moment, it's tracked manually. Yes.
So you have room in there in your audit plan, the 4 engagements.
Mm-hmm.
I think I read somewhere that there is some wiggle room to do advisory. So your audit plan has.
We've accounted for some space, I wouldn't say a huge amount, but then we'll kind of adjust as appropriate. So if we do need to make adjustments, then we'll bring it before this committee for approval as well.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm jumping around. Can I ask a question about the internal audit charter?
Go ahead.
Okay, so in the charter, you have under authority, you list that you have access to records, you have access to management and all that. It doesn't explicitly state that you have unfettered access to all information, but you do, correct?
I do, yes.
Okay. Would it be helpful for you to
spell that out? We can definitely do that. No problem.
And then the other question I had is about nothing about in camera. I know we talked about it before the meeting and I mentioned it to the chair. Why do we not have?
I already had that conversation. We can have it if we want,
Okay.
but we took too much
Sure.
other stuff.
But if you can put that in the charter.
Charter as well. Yeah, absolutely.
Charter. And then you make reference to the new global IIA standards. Are you in conformance to it?
Correct. So we had to do some changes or updates that I think a lot of companies had to do. So we had to come up with like the internal audit strategy as an example, right? So we did do some of those elements. Yes.
And when was the last time you did an EQA?
Oh, that would have been a long time ago. So one of the things I did when I kind of came here at the tail end of 22 is we created this charter and we explicitly noted that we are following the IIA standard. Prior to that, that was not a requirement.
Mm-hmm.
So as you know, following the IIA standards, leading practice, but not mandatory, has to be done in 5 years, right? So I'm using it at point of 22 plus 5, 27, it'll be done. We've called that out.
2027?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I have to ask this, do you think that you have adequate audit coverage given the risks of the organization?
So one of the things that we have done, or we're looking at, we're doing this as part of the exercise, which we can, is this concept of coverage and whether it needs to necessarily be us doing it, right? Because we're in an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, and you've got auditor.
We've got the Auditor General, we've got us, but then we've also got management that's going in and getting consultants to do some assurance work on those stuff as well. That's what we're kind of calling out in the report here, that we need to get a slightly better sense of, so I think the Auditor General stuff, I think we've got a good system there, right? So we have that knowledge base. But for the management side of things, we need to kind of come up with that mechanism to see that, so we get that audit risk coverage as a whole. So we'll be one component of it.
Okay. So then, so you think that with the various pieces of the control environment, you have adequate coverage?
We will have that.
And then the follow-on question to that is, do you feel like you've got adequate resources and the budget to carry out your?
So one of the reasons, so that's where we come into some of these adjustments as well, Commissioner, right? So you'll notice that between last year and this year, we've reduced the assurance projects to 4. So we're doing those adjustments, but I completely agree with you that we can't go less than 4. It'll be too low. It won't meet the requirements. So anything that kind of stems out of that process, then we're going to highlight that as something that is needed, right? And we've some good conversations with the Deputy CEO who's reporting to administratively. And we also, the variable that's a little bit trickier for us is really the advisory piece. I think it drives a lot of value, right? So we're happy to do that, but it's also a bit unpredictable because we don't technically know when the requests are going to come in. And we're happy to do that because that allows us insight. It provides a value. Now, what I have always said, because you always get into this conversation of assurance versus advisory, you can kind of take a side path. What I've always said is if there's anything that comes out of the advisory projects that's significant, we'll bring it in front of the RMC, regardless of which path we pick. So I usually like to do that as part of the mix. So we'll get that coverage, but we get that coverage in a matter of speaking from that advisory side as well, because we do a bit of work in that space.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Osborne, you have no questions, right? I do not. Okay, so 2 questions. Recognize we're really late in the day. First of all, thank you for this. The item number 4 on the list of audits, the MTO driver certification program, is that going to be responsive to the issue that was raised in item 2 about bus drivers going through red lights and
Technically,
crashing into things?
technically, Councillor, it is what I call a specified procedures review. So we've been told essentially exactly what we need to do. What we can do is we can do a tack on the side that'll cover those elements from item 2. Okay. I'm happy to do that.
Are the items, is the bus drivers crashing into things and breaking and going too fast, going through red lights, is that being dealt with in some other process? We didn't have time to discuss it.
So yes, we started that review probably 6 weeks ago with the bus team. We've already made decisions. We're acting on those decisions now, how to mitigate that. It's a bit of an unconventional, but it's probably not enough time to walk you through it. But,
does it need attention of the audit team, or shall we leave it with management for now?
leave it with management.
Okay. My second question was about the KPIs. Thank you for picking that up. You know how important that is, and we've asked for it a couple of times. And we know there've been a lot of criticism from advocates such as Steve Monroe about inadequate, and TTC riders, about inadequate metrics being used by the TTC. Will this solve that problem?
This will definitely highlight elements that are needed, and we'll do some benchmarking as well to get a sense of what some of those metrics need to be. So short answer is, it'll definitely highlight what needs to be done. Let's put it that way.
Okay, question for management. Are you also at the same time using this process as an opportunity to get better metrics to answer these persistent questions from the critics?
As far as I'm concerned, we're way behind on metrics, KPIs. We have some strength in certain areas, but not consistently across the board. So we have some distance to go on this. And we'd be doing this irrespective of whether it's on this list. It's just best practice to have it, and we don't have it.
We don't, for sure. I guess my question is, in addition to the work that internal audit's going to be doing on KPIs, what is management going to be doing simultaneously to improve our KPIs?
There was a board motion that you directed, and so that's what we're working on. Part of that is we'll include a workshop on KPIs, and that will include eventually board members too. We're looking at again doing another kind of turn or reinvention of the CEO's report and some of the KPIs that support that. Also looking at some customer-facing KPIs that are meaningful to a customer. I think the debate that happens between kind of the critics and us is largely irrelevant to a customer who is trying to get, somewhere on time and wants a quicker and more reliable journey. And so trying to build up a suite of KPIs that are a better proxy for how our customers are experiencing the service. And so that's something we're working on too.
All right, when should we expect to hear something about
Those are all different delivery dates, so we can follow up on what those are.
Wonderful. Okay, I don't have any other questions. Okay, Commissioner Kim.
Approximately how many outstanding audit findings are there across the organization?
That's a good question. I want to say about 50 or so, but
And how many of them would you say, and you don't have to give me the exact number, are medium and high?
I'm giving you the medium and highs in that mix. For the purpose of our tracking, we don't get in too much into the lows because it's just low. Right?
And do you track overdue findings?
We do track overdue. So we have dates that are kind of captured as part of the list, yes.
And do you have a threshold, like a risk appetite of we will not exceed X many medium or high findings at any given time?
Not necessarily a threshold per se on that sense, right? Because as we do more and more reviews, it's gonna tack.
But then
right?
you also have to.
You have to also close it down on the back end, right? So that is it. So where we've actually started our review is really from 2023's audit plan onwards is where we've done a full tracking system, right? That's why it's a little bit on the lower side, but we'll bring those metrics in at the next review. That was our original plan anyway, right? So it'll give you some sense of that.
So we're not carrying anything like 2016 or something because those are stale dated and probably not relevant.
Correct. So what we did for anything older than that is we took a look at what was left. We put it into the list of potential projects that could get re-audited. Right? So we get that. So then once we look at it, then it goes through the normal prioritization process to see which projects kind of get hit, right? And then, so some of those could get picked up as part of that process at a future date, but I needed to draw a line in the sand, right?
Yeah, I don't think we should be shy about letting some of those drop off. If they're stale, if they're not relevant, they shouldn't be there.
At this point, Greg, those ones will only get highlighted if we do an audit in that area. Right. So
do you ding them harder if it's a repeat finding?
Yes. So that will be an element of time. So one of the other things that we're also kind of looking at is this whole kind of priority, right? So kind of a line in the sand. How long are you taking to fix some of these things? So if you've got medium rated observations that's taking a little too long, guess what? We're going to bump.
We really are out of town. Is there any other sort of pressing question? All right. Speakers, I'm hoping, Commissioner Kim, that you can comment on the audit charter. Do you have any comments on the audit charter?
I just made the recommendations previously.
Okay. Other than that, are you happy with the audit charter?
With those amendments, yes.
Yes, okay. Anything else you want to say on this item?
No.
Commissioner Osborne. Commissioner Jagdeo has left. I don't have anything else to say about this. Thank you. Good luck. These are all important things, and I know management's working hard. We'll get more of a sense as we go as to how to bring these processes together so that hopefully no one's duplicating effort. So I am going to move the staff recommendations, which is to approve the audit plan and the audit charter with the expectation that it'll be amended by the board. Yes? Okay, can you accommodate that, Chris Ann? Okay, all in favor? Okay, unanimously adopted. I think, would anyone like to move that we adjourn the meeting?
You do.
Okay, all right, fantastic. Thank you very much, everybody. Alan and so on, so much. Sorry it's been so much in the hall, but no, it was a good meeting. Thank you to all the staff. And I think we did a lot today.
Yep.
All right,
did.
take care. Yeah, I was supposed to meet with Environment Climate too, so that didn't happen, but
But I think we need, and I think we want to find out.
No, wait.
And if we should have.
now I gotta go get ready for the public meeting tonight.
Accountability, yeah.
There's any number of ways that there could be